Welcome to the County Commission meeting today. I'm the acting chair just for today as Chair Sanchez is out of town. So if we could take a moment of silence, please observe a moment of silence. All right, now for those who can stand, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, Brandy, if we could have a roll call of members.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Madam Chair, I'm present virtually today.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Chair Kimball.
Present. So we do have a quorum. Now, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Staff, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, we would like to remove item number 2 from the agenda. We would also like to make a change to who is presenting on or sponsoring the proclamation for number 7, removing Manuel Sanchez and replacing it with Commissioner Susie Kimball. And then on the minutes, item number 11, we would like to split that into 2 separate motions, one for approval of the minutes from August 11th and a separate motion for the special meeting minutes from August 14th. And that is all of the changes we are recommending.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
In a second,
Second.
all in favor? Oh, Brandy, I'm sorry. Take a roll call.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes.
Okay, with the consent agenda, removing item number 2, we now have just one resolution number. Item number 3 is 2026-107.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, employee special recognitions.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Masters with Talent Culture Department. We are pleased to announce the Employee of the Month and Special Recognition Awards for the month of July. And thanks to everybody that submitted nominations through our DACnet homepage. First, we have the Employee of the Month for Internal Customer Service Award. This award is to recognize employees who do an exceptional job assisting other county staff. So for this month, we have Megan Alva, Office Supervisor from the Fire Department. Just to read through some of her comments, Megan was nominated and selected in recognition of her extraordinary professionalism and indispensable contributions to Doña County Fire and Rescue during a period of significant organizational transition. During this period of transition, Megan has been instrumental in ensuring continuity of operations and maintaining critical business functions for the department. She's effectively taken on increased responsibilities in the department with professionalism, urgency, and a consistently positive attitude. Her commitment, work ethic, and willingness to go above and beyond have been invaluable. Congratulations to Megan for her exceptional performance and contributions to the county. Okay, next we have the Employee of the Month External Customer Service Award. This award is to recognize employees who do an exceptional job assisting external customers who do business with the county. For this month, we have Yuri Rios, Secretary from Animal Control. Yuri was nominated and selected in recognition of her consistently exceptional performance and unwavering dedication to her team. Yuri exemplifies professionalism, dependability, and a genuine commitment to supporting both her colleagues and the communities that we serve. Her contributions include outstanding work with team organization, Spanish translation, outreach, event coordination, and helping to create a positive work environment. Yuri's dedication has a meaningful impact on staff, students, families, and community partners. Congratulations to Yuri for her exceptional performance and contributions to the county. Okay, last we have the Employee Special Recognition Award. This award recognizes an employee's exceptional performance either for a single event or an ongoing basis. For this month, the award goes to Gloria Maldonado, Contract Coordinator with Purchasing. Gloria was nominated and selected in recognition of her exceptional leadership and dedication in planning Doña County's inaugural America 250th celebration. Gloria utilized her extensive experience in event planning to lead one of the county's most ambitious celebrations to date. The result was an incredible 3-day celebration that welcomed more than 11,000 attendees and featured live entertainment, food, vendors, family activities, and nightly drone shows. The event provided residents and visitors with an opportunity to come together in celebration while showcasing Doña County's ability to host a premier community event. Congratulations to Gloria for her exceptional performance and contributions to the county.
She's probably working very hard. Okay, next we're going to go to proclamations. And our first proclamation is for El Paso Electric. And let me just tell you a little bit about El Paso Electric. Today we recognize an organization that has been part of the history and growth of our region for more than a century. For 125 years, El Paso Electric has helped power the homes, businesses, schools, and essential services that keep our communities moving forward. Reliable electricity is something many of us take for granted until we need it most. Behind that reliability are more than 1,200 employees who work every day and often through difficult conditions to serve customers across southern New Mexico and West Texas. El Paso Electric has also been a valued community partner supporting local nonprofits, schools, and community initiatives through volunteerism and charitable giving. After having commemorated the United States 250th anniversary this past week, we now also recognize an organization whose history spans half of that time and whose contributions have helped shape the Borderplex region. On behalf of the Doña County Board of County Commissioners, we congratulate El Paso Electric on this milestone anniversary and thank its employees, retirees, and community partners for 125 years of service to our region. Now we want to welcome Eric Montgomery and whoever else you brought with you. Eric's not here?
Yeah.
Eric, you are here. And whoever you want to bring with you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Montgomery. I'm the Director of Economic Development for El Paso Electric. With me today, standing over my right shoulder, is one of our Vice Presidents, Dave Hawkins, and I'm going to turn it over to him to actually speak on behalf of the company.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of El Paso Electric, I'm honored to accept this recognition commemorating our 125th anniversary of serving the communities and providing safe and reliable electric service. Our history with the Mesilla Valley begins in 1940 when El Paso Electric acquired the Mesilla Valley Electric Company. And in that time, the Mesilla Valley has grown, so has El Paso Electric. We've been proud to serve institutions like New Mexico State universities, our schools, our farms, our homes, and we look forward to continuing that service as we grow together. On behalf of the company, I want to thank the Doña County Commission for this recognition and for being part of this community. Thank you very much.
Now we'll read the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proclamation reads, whereas El Paso Electric has served as a trusted energy provider in the Borderplex region for more than a century, helping power the homes, businesses, schools, and communities that have contributed to the growth and prosperity of southern New Mexico and West Texas. And whereas El Paso Electric's history began on August 30th, 1901, as the El Paso Electric Railway Company, providing transportation through a mule-drawn streetcar system that later evolved into electric streetcars powered by overhead trolley wires, helping connect people, neighborhoods, and opportunity. And whereas by 1925, the company's core business had evolved to producing and distributing electricity, the company became El Paso Electric Company, and its service expanded into southern New Mexico, growing into the modern electric utility serving communities across the region. And whereas, as the United States marks 250 years in 2026, El Paso Electric's 125th anniversary represents a legacy equal to half of that history, reflecting the company's longstanding role in supporting the growth and quality of life of the Borderplex region through safe and reliable electricity for homes, businesses, schools, public institutions, and critical services, while investing in modern infrastructure, innovative technologies, cleaner energy resources, solar generation, and system reliance. And whereas El Paso Electric's continued investment in innovation, customer service, and reliability reflects its enduring commitment to serving present and future generations, a commitment that is further demonstrated through partnerships with local organizations, schools, and community initiatives, including more than 12,000 hours of employee volunteer service through its VOLTS program, approximately $1.2 million in annual support through the Electric Charitable Foundation, and approximately $400,000 in annual sponsorships. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of County Commissioners does hereby recognize August 30th, 2026 as a milestone commemorating the 125th anniversary of El Paso Electric and extends its appreciation to the company, its more than 1,200 employees, retirees, and community partners for their unwavering service, lasting contributions to the growth and prosperity of the Borderplex region, and steadfast commitment to the people they serve. Proudly proclaimed this 25th day of August 2026.
Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you. I'd just like to thank the employees of El Paso Electric. We've had a few outages in District 4 up on Highway 70 and in the Sonoma area. And so I'm grateful that your employees respond quickly, and we've had power back on in a prompt manner. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all for being here today. Eric, you should have given me everybody's name. Thank you.
El Paso Electric employees, I apologize, but we've been requested to introduce ourselves, so please come up to the podium.
Only if you want to. There's no pressure.
Thank you, Yvonne, for being the leader.
Yvonne Silva, I'm in customer care supervisor. I've been with El Paso Electric for 12 years now.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Mario Hernandez, I'm the manager for AMI operations, revenue protection in our field service group.
Thank
I've been
you.
with the company for 20, I'm sorry, did I say that already? 15 years? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Evan Narvaez, field service supervisor, revenue protection supervisor for New Mexico. I've been here 25 years.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, next we'll go to a proclamation for the Hatch Chili Festival.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before we read today's proclamation, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Hatch Chili Festival. And coming forward, we have Bernice Olguin, Ellis Soto, and Melissa Carson. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. When we hear the name Hatch, what do we think of? Chile. And that recognition did not happen overnight. It was built by a generation of farmers, trabajadores del campo, familias, negocios, whose hard work made Hatch chili known beyond southern New Mexico. In fact, I was in Los Angeles and had a Hatch green chili burger last month. This festival gives us an opportunity to celebrate the agricultural heritage while welcoming visitors from near and far to experience our food, nuestra cultura, nuestra gente, nuestra comunidad, that make Hatch chili so special and the Hatch Valley so special. And to me, there's nothing like the smell of the roasting of the green chile that goes back generations for me to my abuelita. So we thank everyone who works every year to make this Hatch Chili Festival possible. So before we read the proclamation, I have a question for our audience. Red or green? I'm hearing green. Well, the most beautiful thing about this is we don't have to choose right now. We are able to enjoy red and green, depending on the dish we prepare. So let's join Hatch in their festival, September 5th through 6th. And that way, podemos comer verde, colorado, Christmas chili, and many inspired chili products that we could never imagine. So with that, ladies, is there anything you'd like to say before we present the proclamation?
Hello, I'm Bernadette Acosta. We are the Hatch Chili Festival Committee, part of us. We have a really good group this year. We have Melissa Carson, Alice Soto, John Hard, Lorena Mesa, Margaret Benny, and David Silva, who have been meeting monthly, weekly to put this together. This is our 54th year, and we would just like to invite everybody to come and enjoy Hatch and the chili. And we brought you a case of our Hatch salsas and some air freshies. And unfortunately, they do not smell like roasted chili, but it does have our logo. Our logo this year is rooted in tradition.
Thank you. And please forgive me, Berna, because I couldn't read my writing. I put down Berna, so it's actually Bernadette. I've known Bernadette for many, many years. She worked at the courthouse as an exceptional worker.
Oh, thank
so
you.
when I wrote down Berna, it came out Bernice. So
That's
please
okay.
forgive me for that.
That's okay.
Proclamation, please.
All right, Commissioners, the proclamation reads, whereas the village of Hatch, located in the heart of the Hatch Valley, is internationally recognized for its world-famous chili and its rich agricultural heritage as the chili capital of the world. And whereas the Hatch Chili Festival began in 1971 as a small gathering of local farmers celebrating the annual chili harvest and has grown into a beloved southern New Mexico tradition, attracting more than 30,000 visitors each Labor Day weekend. And whereas Hatch chili peppers are known for their distinctive smoky, earthy, and slightly sweet flavor, qualities shaped by the unique growing conditions of the Hatch Valley, where abundant sunshine, cool nights, and fertile soil contribute to a flavor celebrated throughout New Mexico and around the world. And whereas the Hatch Chili Festival celebrates the agricultural heritage, traditions, culture, and community spirit of the Hatch Valley through chili roasting, live music, parades, local vendors, family activities, and other festivities. And whereas the chili industry plays an important role in the cultural identity and agricultural economy of Doña County, with generations of farmers and agricultural workers contributing to the legacy of chili grown in the Hatch Valley. And whereas the Hatch Chili Festival provides an opportunity for residents and visitors to experience the unique flavors, traditions, and hospitality of the Hatch Valley while supporting local farmers, businesses, and community organizations. And whereas the festival represents the enduring spirit of a community that takes great pride in its agricultural roots and in sharing the unique heritage of Hatch with the world. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners encourages residents and visitors to join in celebrating the traditions, people, and agricultural heritage that make the Hatch Valley and its chili a treasured part of our community on September 5th and 6th, 2026. Now, therefore, the Doña Board of County Commissioners does hereby recognize and celebrate the Hatch Chili Festival for its longstanding contributions to the culture, agriculture, economy, and community spirit of Doña County, proudly proclaim this 25th day of August 2026.
Thank you. We can go up there. Okay. All right. We can do this. Can take one step this way, a little more. Perfect. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do one more. Can we get a?
Okay, now the next item on our agenda is public input. Just a couple of reminders. We will now move to public comment. While speakers start to line up, I want to remind everyone that you will have 3 minutes to make your comments. If you are waiting to make comments on items that are on the agenda under action items or hearings, I ask that you wait until that agenda comes up to make your comments specific to that. I also want to remind everyone in attendance to be respectful to all speakers. Disruptive behavior, including shouting, demeaning remarks, interruption, or bullying behavior is not acceptable and can lead to your removal. So Brandy, if you'll start to call names, we will start with public comment.
Tim Jenkins.
Tim Jenkins here. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the public. I come before you today with something that needs to be said plainly, firmly, and without apology. There is a line between passionate disagreement and unacceptable behavior. That line has been crossed. Disagreeing with our elected officials is not only acceptable, it is necessary in a free society. You have every right to question their decisions, challenge their policies, criticize their votes, and hold them accountable. But death threats are not public speech. Intimidation is not civil engagement. Harassment, personal attacks, public humiliation, screaming profanity, and hatred directed at these commissioners is not how we solve problems in this community. And I want to say something directly to those responsible. You are not strengthening this community. You are tearing it apart. Our community does not need more hatred, more division, more strife, more discord, or more people trying to tear one another apart simply because they disagree. What we need is courage. Not the courage to scream the loudest, but the courage to sit across the table from someone we disagree with and still treat them like a human being. These commissioners are human beings. They have families. They have lives outside these chambers, and they deserve dignity and respect just as much as any one of us do. If you believe the commissioners are wrong, then bring the facts, organize, vote, and work together to change policies. But do not threaten people, do not humiliate them, and do not turn this chamber into a battlefield. I am asking every person in this community to look inward and ask yourself one simple question. What is my intention? Is my intention to mend the breaches? Is my intention to bring this community together? Is my intention to heal what has been broken? Is my intention to build up, encourage, and strengthen this body? Or am I here simply to spread anger, hatred, humiliation, and division? If you are not here to heal and build up this community, I respectfully ask that you take your hatred elsewhere. Do not bring it into these chambers. Do not aim it at our commissioners, and do not poison this community with your hatred. Let us choose something stronger: respect, courage, accountability, unity, and the willingness to heal. Because we will never build a stronger community by tearing each other apart. We build a community by lifting one another up and encouraging one another and strengthening each other for the good of all. Thank you.
Lynn Moore.
Commissioners, I'm Lynn Moorer. Thank you for approving the Community Monitoring Committee. Thank you, too, for providing that the committee can contract with an attorney to advise it. I look forward, as do many Doña County residents, to hearing directly from Project Jupiter company executives regarding their activities and plans. We welcome their participation and will give them the first opportunity to present their information on the selected topic for the day at our committee meetings, then answer our questions. The Project Jupiter companies can rest assured that everyone in attendance will be listening intently and be ready to engage with them, as company representatives have all indicated publicly they would like to do. For example, Lanham Napier, chairman of Borderplex Digital Assets, stated at the September 19th, 2025 commission meeting, where the industrial revenue bonds were ultimately approved, quote, "If this project is approved, we intend to continue engagement, creating ongoing opportunities for residents to learn more, share feedback, and stay involved as the project moves forward. This ongoing engagement will provide regular updates, and progress reports. We believe the community should continue to be part of the conversation as this project takes shape," close quote. Similarly, at the July 28th commission meeting, Mahesh Thiagarayan of Oracle Cloud Infrastructure said, quote, "I'll make a commitment to you to be here when the county wants me to be here. I'm very happy to come and present and talk about the facts. I think you have our commitment to continue to be present, to continue to get your questions, continue to answer, and continue to be transparent," close quote. In the same vein, the STACK Infrastructure webpage says in its 2025 impact report that one of STACK's development principles is local partnership and, quote, "engagement with local stakeholders to foster positive community impact," close quote. So we look forward to these folks keeping their commitments, coming to meet with us, and answering our questions. We also look forward to hearing from specialists on each topic for the day and having opportunities to discuss what we hear with the folks who are credentialed in the various subjects. As a heads up to everyone, we'll need to have a couple of committee business meetings to get some basic things decided before we can convene an information meeting where we delve deeply into one subject. Basic things like electing officers, selecting the topics for the first 2 or 3 meetings, and identifying suggested experts who will then need to be vetted. These business meetings will be relatively short, probably not much more than an hour, so we won't be taking a break during these meetings or have tasty desserts then. But everyone can plan to bring a bit of an appetite when we hold our first information meeting, which I hope will happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize. Kind of difficult to read this one. Maybe it's Lucas Henderson? He's the third one on the list. Oh, okay, thank you. Juan Garcia?
Chairman, Commissioners, a political lynching is a ruthless, organized assault meant to wreck someone's reputation and career, ignoring fairness and due process. That's what's happening in this county today. It started last year with ugly personal attacks on Commissioner Shalho and Reynolds, and now it's aimed at Chairman Sanchez. The people behind this aren't looking for a real discussion. They're out to destroy using lies and manufactured outrage. They insist on being heard, but all they offer is spectacle, loud, hateful theatrics that do nothing to help anyone understand or solve the issues around Project Jupiter. They just want it stopped. Nothing is off limits. They insult, go after people's families, plaster private info online, and even put up wanted posters. The script is always the same: stir things up, cause chaos, push people until someone pushes back, then suddenly they're the victims. And thanks to our progressive officials, they get away with it. The agitators claim they're being silenced, but they've had plenty of opportunities to be heard. On July 28th, they insisted the First Amendment rights were violated, which isn't the case at all. Every local government center has to set limits on how long and how many can speak so they can get through their agenda. Some want Oracle to, quote, pack up and leave. So make plans for the Boys Club to return the $1.5 million they received for the new facility, and Casa de Peregrinos to return the $400,000 they received for food to feed the needy, and the $80 million in taxes paid into the community. Put ideological hatred aside and work with this new business to help lift residents out of poverty. We love our TikTok, Instagram, iCloud, and others which use data centers as the backbone for modern technology by centrally storing and processing massive volumes of digital data. But not in my backyard, you say. We don't want that here, but we want to reap the benefits of the data centers. The commission needs a single source of information updates to keep the population informed. Good and bad, stop the drama and hysterics. Projects of this magnitude aren't perfect from day one, but they can be made to work and serve the citizens if managed properly. Thank you.
Ben Luna?
Good morning, commissioners and chair. I've been hearing directly from my neighbors in Chaparral about issues that need to be addressed. One neighbor was required to get a storm water protection plan for moving more than an acre of dirt and adding rock to their gate for emergency response. And so that county road has no such plan. Water runs down from surrounding properties, and there still isn't enough rock for emergency vehicles to get to that property. And so the county added some rock, but water now puddles closer to their house. So twice in the last month, Chopper Trash and Disposal refused to drive down the road after rain, requiring the residents to haul their own trash and dump and pay for disposal. And so I think there's kind of, double standards in a sense that I think should be addressed whenever we're making residents pave and make their driveways safe for emergency response, but then the county doesn't do anything to do the same for the county roads that gets to their property. I think that should be mitigated. I've taken a tour with them. I've taken video, photos, and we've documented plenty of that. So if there's a path forward, that would be helpful. And that is on Quitman Street. And another neighbor reported illegal dumping. The sheriff referred the matter to code enforcement. Doña County says that even with names found on mail and trash, they can't prove who actually dumped it, even though they have video and cameras. They're staged for that reason as far as the residents. And so El Paso County took an incident report, and it says it can't investigate because the dumping occurred in Chaparral. So residents are being referred from one agency and jurisdiction to another without the basic issues being resolved. And so Chaparral has been neglected probably for more than a decade. And I'm gonna be putting a spotlight on this issue as well. She has plenty of film, plenty of photos of this as well. And so we know who did it, but nobody wants to take care of it. And that's with the Doña County Sheriff's Department and pretty much, you know, we're saying go here, go there, and nobody wants to touch it. So if we can have something to mitigate that or a path forward, that would be helpful. And then like everybody else, the data centers is a hot topic issue. And so for my residents in Chaparral, we have Meta across the street. I know you guys aren't you know, you don't have to deal with that. But what I have been told, and I would like to get that information, is if the commissioners did sign NDAs with the developers, because that information makes a lot of residents upset statewide. So thank you.
Travis Brown.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I please ask one of our acting county managers to get a phone number for Mr. Luna to investigate that road that he had mentioned? And
My assistant Maria's doing it.
it's what?
Maria's doing it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Travis Brown, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Travis Brown, Executive Director, Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo. And just here to let you know, we're 5 weeks out from the fair. Planning is going along. Your various agencies are very much involved in supporting us, making preparations. We greatly appreciate all the support we get year after year. Hopefully you've received the electronic invitations to our opening ceremonies on Wednesday night. And we would, as always, would love to have one of the, somebody from the administration or someone from the commission come speak on behalf of the county and address our attendees. This is our 60th annual event, and so we are trying to do things bigger and better and hopefully can bring out more of the community, not just locally, but we also serve 11 counties, 10 in southern New Mexico, as well as El Paso County. So we are trying to do more outreach into those areas and bring more people into the community to support our local businesses. We have a fantastic concerts scheduled, both local artists as well as regional and national performers, 3 days of professional rodeo. We actually are having a Sunday rodeo this year, and so that hopefully will allow those people who don't want to come out on Friday and Saturday night and wait in line or have to sit for an hour in the stands to get a seat to come out perhaps Sunday afternoon, enjoy a little bit different environment and still get to experience a rodeo. And so with that, just hope to see you at the fairgrounds. Again, thank you for all your support. And this year's fair is going to be great. So I'd like to invite everybody out September 30th through October 4th. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
Give me just a second before you start the clock. I gotta start over here. Okay, my comments on the phone.
Oh, Project Jupiter, you big gas giant of a plan. Promising AI glory and jobs for every man. But your CO2 is thicker than a Texas traffic jam. 10 million tons a year. Are you a freaking madman? You said fuel cells, baby, then the pipeline got denied. Land commissioner said nope twice. Now your power's fried. Construction gulped the water like a tourist in July. 74 million gallons and the desert started to cry. Shelve it, send it back to outer space. This data center drama is a planetary disgrace. U-turn. Community said, hold up, but the bulldozers kept rolling. Town halls got so rowdy, 3 folks needed some control, and transparency's a myth like honest AI goals. Rush hearings, no discovery, just those damn potholes. Shelve it, send it back to outer space. This data center drama is a planetary disgrace. Jupiter's too heavy, it's crushing all our brakes. So pack up your servers and get out of this place. Shelve it, children start to burn. New Mexico, get your backup hard drive. Take a U-turn. Yeah, take a U-turn. Leave those children alone. Back up the tax breaks. Leave the wells in the ground. You're not welcome here, so get out of this town and don't come around no more.
Thank you.
Jaden Love.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today I'm here as a concerned resident of New Mexico and Doña County to make some comments regarding El Paso Electric's core values and how they're not consistent with the choice to move forward with Project Jupiter. Number 1, deliver customer, thank you, reliability and affordability after the construction of Project Jupiter. El Paso Electric cannot reasonably guarantee reliability or affordability in the same way that it does now, because there are going to be pitfalls along the way to keep the data center running 24/7, slow startup, yada yada. When their own systems are slow or start to lose efficiency over the long term, they will default to using our resources and our grid, and then we will feel the pain of that impact. 2, build the grid for growth. Project Jupiter is not the only data center being built within the zone of El Paso Electric. There's also a meta center being built in El Paso that will likely have similar energy and water usage pitfalls. We live in New Mexico, not in Texas, so how do we know that unnecessary projects like additional data centers in Texas aren't going to affect our rates as well? El Paso Electric is the only supplier of electricity. They're the ones that we have to go to, and they monopolize this resource, essentially. 3, modernizing our tech. At this rate, modernizing the grid is an exponential race to our downfall as a whole society. The current data center racks have a density of about 40 kilowatts, and next generation is approaching 300 kilowatts. Soon after, each rack will have a density of 1 megawatt. This is an exponential increase, Moore's law, and there's already strain on the production of these devices. So give it 10 years, give it 15 years, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. The supply strain is only going to increase. 4, minimize our environmental footprint. To this, I mentioned my own experience with getting solar panels installed on my roof. If they really cared about environmental footprint, they would allow households to install solar panels that would produce 100% or more of household energy capacity. In my situation, this was not the case. It had to be under some 95% of energy production. That doesn't seem very reasonable or environmentally friendly. I'm paying for it. Let me have the energy and give the credit to the grid. With this, the solar owners will always be dependent on the grid and subject to rate increases on whatever their grounds are. 5, drive a culture of engagement and accountability. We call for El Paso Electric to be more engaged with the community concerns regarding the stress of new data centers on the electric grid, rather than prioritizing company growth by permitting a predatory data center. The data center backup for power generation in case of failure seems to be the same grid that we all use. It's already stressed by population growth and climate changes, and there will be consequences for introducing such a greedy neighbor into our community. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Ana Rodriguez.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ana Rodriguez, a resident of Doña County, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to use this opportunity to thank Chair Susie Kimball, Commissioner Susana Chaparro, and Commissioner Christopher Shayo Hernandez for keeping Oracle accountable during their presentation a month ago. There were several critical issues that you asked to Oracle. Thank you for doing that. And they were not able to answer. I would like to know if they already answered you and how are you sharing that information with the public. I am particularly interested on the following questions. How is Project Jupiter planning to protect Sunland Park residents from the increasing heat that the data center will generate? How the fuel cells will be discarded after use, and what is the environmental impact? What will happen with Project Jupiter facility after the 15 years project is completed? How the Sunland Park residents will be protected from the noise? Can Project Jupiter connect or not to El Paso Electric? Commissioner Christopher asked the question to Oracle, and I was confused by Commissioner Sanchez's answer. Can they connect or not? Will this increase our electric bills? Also, as a result of that meeting, some constituents were charged trying to exercise the right to speak. I respectfully ask you to drop that charges. Thank you for listening to your constituents and working for the good of the community. Thank you.
Dave Mooney.
Good morning. My name is Dave Mooney, represented by Chair Sanchez, and wanted to essentially talk about my experience at the legislative listening session 2 weeks ago. So essentially, this was essentially the format that we've been asking for months, allowing the communities to speak and ask questions and have their answers right there. And it was incredible turnout. I know over 400 because the fire marshal wouldn't allow any more than that, and there were folks outside. And I do also want to say that the format was respectful to the speakers, and the speakers were respectful to the presenters as well in that situation there. I would also like to talk about the jobs report that Project Jupiter turned in. I've been trying for months from the county and the developers to get an accurate breakdown of the jobs that are at the site now and a breakdown of the residencies, and specifically what % is union labor in those jobs. The jobs report that was turned in last week and made public on the county website essentially is less information than we already had. And I would like the Commission to press the developers to give accurate breakdown on their employment numbers, if possible. Thank you so much.
Sierra Edminster.
Hello, good morning, guys. Yeah, I just want to start by saying thank you to you both for your stances throughout this process, and it feels very good to hear people, who are standing up for their community. So yeah, I always write my comments assuming I'll get to speak to my county commissioners, but I've learned that apparently you can't assume your elected representatives will show up to their jobs always. I see the people in this room on the other side of these elevated seats and the people watching and commenting online more than I see all of these seats filled. I can say that myself and others here today have shown up to more meetings than the most supportive of Project Jupiter, which the most supportive of Project Jupiter are the chair and vice chair of this board. And I don't think that they are qualified to hold those positions with the way that they have been treating us. Manny specifically, he has shown that he's unable to handle public dissent, which is our right, and he can't handle it with dignity or respect. He always puts the interest of these massive corporations before us, and oftentimes at our expense. No matter what his stance is on the project and what information he's privy to behind closed doors, he has an obligation to us, and we've gotten no transparency from these companies or him. He's not working for us. He's emotionally driven and proven to be dangerous to the community in heightened states. There have been plenty of articles and public comments explaining the meeting of the wrongful arrests on the 28th, so I won't use my time to repeat, but it's clear through all accounts that he mismanaged the situation, and that mismanagement led to real physical harm. Yet when online, where stories on data centers go viral and can be seen and commented on by anyone in the world, he receives angry comments which are shared by who knows, not us. Again, these go all over the world, but yet he can take angry comments, which I don't condone, and press it on us. And he made reports to the FBI on real local community members based on comments that were not made by any of us, putting people in real physical harm because this administration is actively targeting grassroots organizers against AI data centers. So his act of approving this, while also like actually putting people in harm and then claiming that he's a victim in some sort, is just really disgusting. Manny needs to resign and Gloria needs to resign. I feel so bad for the situation that she's in, but she put her constituents in danger's way, and she's not able to be present enough.
Alberto del Campo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Kimball and Commissioners. My name is Alberto del Campo, and I'm an organizer with New Mexico Dream Team. This last year, we've been engaging this body on a bi-weekly basis, sharing our concerns about Project Jupiter. Through this year, you've gotten familiar with some of our faces, and we've also gotten to know you a little bit better. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro, for voting no from the beginning and for continuing to advocate for our voices. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball, for inheriting this mess and for asking pressing questions during the July 28th meeting. And Commissioner Chadra Hernandez, I am disappointed in your vote, but I do appreciate your questions on the 28th as well. Frankly, this entire process throughout this year has made it so hard to believe that this body hasn't accepted money behind closed doors or signed NDAs, particularly the two faces that are missing here today. Manny Sanchez has made more efforts to represent, advocate for, and platform these billion-dollar companies than his constituents. And Gloria Gameros, she took on this job, and with that came a responsibility to represent District 2, which includes Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, the communities most directly affected and extracted from by this project. Disregarding her constituents, she voted yes for this and welcomed these predatory and corrupt companies in her backyard. Since then, she hasn't hosted a single meeting there. Do you know how heartbreaking it is to go to Sunland Park and go knocking on doors and asking if they know about Project Jupiter, and the answer is no, while they've been building there for an entire year? How are we supposed to believe that OpenAI and Oracle are here with the intention of being good neighbors? These companies, spearheaded by billionaire technocrats Larry Ellison and Sam Altman, have failed to meet us at our terms. We asked for an open forum with attendance of independent experts in this commission, and what we got was a job fair attended by Manny Sanchez. We organized and brought voices from Sunland Park and Santa Teresa here to speak on July 28th, and Manny Sanchez ensured to only platform those industries and silence us. These billion-dollar companies only show up when they're well-positioned to fully control the narrative and propaganda that furthers their exploitative agenda. If you're a part of the overwhelming majority that is the working class in this country, you know that we're living through an era of scarcity. We see this every day as the cost of oil, gas, electricity, groceries, healthcare, and so on rise with no regulations. But this is the richest country in the world. In 2025 alone, the world's 500 richest men added over $2 trillion to their wealth. At the top of that list, technocrats like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and Sam Altman from OpenAI. The nature of this project is extractive, it is colonial, and it is violent. They are not the solution to our problems. They are the source of our scarcity. We have allowed new levels of violence to be accepted as normal. What I have this is 159 pages of the names of children that have died in Palestine in the last 2 years, sorted from ages 0 to 18. This is only a fraction. Oracle is directly connected to this genocide. Larry Ellison has funded this genocide. So is JP Morgan from El Paso Electric. The people who profit and benefit from genocide will do everything to criminalize the people who advocate for social justice and peace.
Juan Holguin. Juan Holguin.
Hello, my name is Jonah. I'm from Doña County. My family spans this land generations. My family, just like every other family here, consists of teachers, lawyers, cashiers, mechanics, students, engineers, all workers. Every family here has dreams and ambitions, and for generations, the occupying government has done nothing but extract and betray the people, air, water, and land. We want schools. We want clean drinking water. We want clean air. We want a better future for us and for our children. And this shouldn't be a surprise, for it's never been a secret. Never once have I heard anybody from Doña County say that what they want and need is a data center here. I have never heard anybody say that they're willing to sacrifice their life, their future, and water so that incels on Twitter can make AI deepfakes. When I found out how much water is being used, it truly shook me to my core. I feel like this is truly cartoonishly evil, mustache-twirling caliber of evil, genuinely hard to comprehend levels of evil. For instance, it would take Sunland Park 587 years to use what Project Jupiter has used in 2 months, and this project isn't even built yet. In order for Sunland Park to match the pace at which Project Jupiter is using water, the community of Sunland Park would have to use water at a rate of 3,522 times more. Mind you, this is a community that has already been without clean drinking water for years. The city and government's lack of care, the city and government's lack of urgency to address this problem, a problem which has contributed to lower birth rates, higher birth defects in the area, an area with already high asthma, high rates of cancer, many of which can be attributed to the high levels of arsenic in the water. The way that this body has decided to ignore that, to me, and I promise many, many others, is tantamount to murder. I will remember everybody's names and faces that is responsible for this, and also make it my mission to spread the word. If any of you guys had respect for us and genuinely had respect for yourself, when I say any of you guys, I mean those responsible and in support of Project Jupiter. If you had any respect for us or for yourself, you would resign. We need leadership that says enough concessions for private industry and begins making concessions to the actual community and land that they serve. For anybody listening from home, if you wish to stop Project Jupiter, go to Stop Project Jupiter and please follow the calls to action. Thank you.
Kiki Garden.
We must not be distracted by these big novelty checks dangled in front of us. Jupiter likes to strategically place donations in our community to gain the public's favor. But these life-changing sums in the hands of regular people represent pennies in the scheme of what Jupiter and its trillionaires stand to gain. By simply entering the landscape with bulldozers, drills, and pumps, they gain access to our water, a piece of our community and very bodies, which is precious and limited, connected in a cycle with all the other water that nourishes us. And it is only this ancient cycle which can cleanse the water and bring it to the people. We must be looking at our survival in terms of generations. The effort to stop Project Jupiter has its sights set on the political actors of this moment, as witnessed in a poignant demonstration of this web of corruption from the state government actors to some local ones who sit before us today. and some who do not, conveniently for them, Manny Sanchez, Gloria Gameros, former County Manager Scott Andrews, former Commissioner Shannon Reynolds. These folks represent the poorest, weakest links in the farce that is our representative government. The entities that fold easily to tech oligarchs when presented an opportunity to stand behind the big check and flash a smile. To be sure, all levels of government have these spineless actors, and they will reveal themselves only in the light of diligent, principled citizens. Those loving and kind grandmothers and children who also experience the full effect of Project Jupiter from the front lines are the ones who cannot leave this fight. They show up here and in Santa Fe last week to make sure that the world remembers the crimes of history that are ushering in the final foundations of Project Jupiter. They remember that no fight is over till it's over, and that AI is not inevitable. We have not lost all human jobs yet. We have not lost the ability to draw breath. What we have lost so far is water security, and our river experiences bankruptcy. What we have lost is centuries of human ingenuity and knowledge to the slop-churning system that is generative AI. And we have also lost sovereignty over our personal data, the resource that represents an individual's identity. What the mass surveillance peddlers Sam Altman and Larry Ellison want to siphon and hoard from our Chihuahuan desert represents a threat to the interconnectedness of all beings, which, to be sure, is a thing that we can lose. Manny Sanchez, for collusion and complicity, we demand his resignation. Gloria, for your egregious complicity and flippancy in the face of public outrage from the very county district you represent, we demand your resignation. And don't think that your deputy officials to our right are far behind. The difference between you and us is that your relationships are not sacred. They are selfish. Your motivation is desperate and small, while ours is expansive and rooted in history and future, and continually growing. Let's look ahead to the next legislative session, where we will certainly be discussing data center moratorium and hopefully data center bans.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Jim Horst.
Thank you. Thank you, that's enough.
Jim Horst.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair. Issue number one, the appointment of Lori Martinez to succeed Joanne Ferrari is perfectly reasonable. In the primary election, voters chose a Democrat by a 3-to-1 margin. In that election, though they were not opposed to each other, Lori got approximately 1,800 votes compared to the Republican candidate who only got 1,100 votes. So Lori was nearly double the Republican candidate. Lori has demonstrated in an election that the people want her to represent them. That's not a backroom deal. Lori is the clear choice. Issue two. I was wrong about Jupiter with respect to water usage. Jupiter will need potable water for employees' use in bathrooms and kitchens based on how many on-site employees it has. We want that. We want more on-site employees. All this time I've been telling you that Jupiter will use 0.25% of Doña Ana County's water. I was wrong. Doña Ana County uses 400 million gallons a day. And I thought Jupiter would use up to 1 million gallons a day, which would only be 0.25% of our overall water usage. According to Oracle's latest statement, and I'm going to see if this will come through on the video. According to Oracle's latest statement, Jupiter will use less than 1 million gallons a year.
Excuse me, just a second. Mr. Veith, we're not standing up. Did you sign in to? Okay, okay, wait for your turn. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Hurst.
According to Oracle's latest statement, Jupiter will use less than 1 million gallons a year. So I was off by a factor of 300. That's less than 1/1,000th of 1% of our water. The closed loop system works. It's working in other data centers. Their estimate is reliable. It's right here. So water is not an issue. They're using as much water as a fast food restaurant. We have to allow new companies to use water. That's what businesses need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hypocrisy. There's been a lot of hypocrisy in here. First, to start out with, I have a flip phone that doesn't need AI, but I imagine pretty much everybody else has a smartphone that does need AI. But they don't want the AI here. As long as it's somewhere else, that's fine. We had a presentation using AI as a generator. Kind of interesting. But the real hypocrisy that I want to get to, and I commend those of you that have been civil, but for those of you that haven't, and you know who you are, if I came in here insulting Commissioner Sanchez, Shalho, Gamoros, they would be, you're intimidating them, you're bullying them, you're a racist. Because it's all about vilifying, and that's what they're doing. They're vilifying people. You do have the right of freedom of speech, but not in here. Well, it's okay for us to do it because we have freedom of speech. That's not true. Not in here, you don't. In here, there's an expectation of civility, and if you can't meet that, then you need to be escorted out. Peter Goodman will stand up and say, oh, they have the right of freedom of speech. He's wrong. They do not in here. Out on the curb, fine. But in here, people don't need to be abused by language, throwing the F-bombs and all that. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Sherry Reinhardt?
Good morning, Commissioners. Sherry Reinhardt, Indivisible, Las Cruces. Those opposing Project Jupiter had some wins yesterday with the New Mexico Supreme Court decisions, and we are taking a moment to rejoice about that. Jupiter's not stopped, but it is delayed. It's a little early to say that the tide is turning, but it is shifting. I feel the shift. I know a lot of people are feeling the shift. And we're going to continue to fight respectfully. New Mexico State Rep Sarah Silva, originally a supporter of Project Jupiter, came out vehemently against Project Jupiter yesterday, asking Oracle to pack it up, her words, not mine, and go home. With new evidence, when new evidence comes available, there is new responsibility. You are allowed to change your mind. And I ask, will all of you, all of us, be on the right side of history? Thank you for your time.
Isabella Solis?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
I'm here as a citizen of Doña County, and today I have two deeply interconnected issues that affect the core of our community: public safety and political integrity. Recently, I came across a heartbreaking story. A father and his 11-year-old son were waiting at a red light on the corner of Solano and Missouri when someone opened fire on them. 10 shots ripped through their truck, sending both to the hospital. Police say there's no sign they knew their attacker. Somehow, neither lost their life, but the boy will always carry the trauma of that event. Incidents like these shake people to their core. Everyday routines, driving to church, work, or school, suddenly feel dangerous. Anyone could be next. It's a chilling reminder that we're all vulnerable to the violence of strangers. New Mexico must do more to stem this epidemic. Now, no one should have to live in fear like this, and I continue. As members of the County Commission, you're entrusted with choosing a replacement for Representative Ferrari with her retirement. If you select one of the current candidates running for House District 37, recent news reports suggest that a person will gain the advantage of incumbency for over 60 days, a well-known edge in elections, as noted by the Albuquerque Journal. New Mexico has a history of questionable, behind-the-scenes political maneuvers from both parties leading up to the general election. To ensure this process is fair and above reproach, I urge you to choose someone who is not a candidate for 2026 to fill the remainder of this term if a replacement is needed. That way, both current candidates can compete for every vote based on their own merit without the cloud of controversy or the advantage of appointment. This would be the honorable right decision for the integrity of our elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aaron Henry Diaz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners and Chair. My name's Aaron Henry Diaz. I'm House District 32 District Legislative Aide for State Representative Jennifer Jones out of Hidalgo, Luna, and Doña counties. Representative Jones covers precincts in Doña counties, precincts 3 and precinct 60. Only 2, but we are proud and privileged to represent in Hatch. And of course, that is in Commissioner Sanchez's District 5. The Office of Representative Jones can help with any constituent or stakeholder issues interfacing, especially with state agencies. This board and community has another advocate in Santa Fe, where Representative Jones serves as a ranking member on the House Health Committee and a member of the House Transportation Committee. I will leave my card with commissioners that are present and our county managers. And if there is any need of communication or interfacing with our agencies, or if you would like to meet with Representative Jones, we can happily arrange that. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you.
Daniel Allen.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Daniel Allen. I live in Las Cruces, and I'm not going to talk about Jupiter. And thank you for effecting the demolition of that burnt-out house on Telbrook. We all appreciate that. My concern today is that the county and the city have a fiduciary responsibility to the public. And this concerns the lease agreement between Memorial Medical Center and the city and the county. Now, last March, the county and the city entered into a lawsuit against Memorial, and I'm interested in knowing what the status of that is, because you haven't heard anything about it. Is discovery being undertaken? Have depositions been scheduled or taken? What's going on with it? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, I can't read the first name, but it's Delgado Martinez.
thank you for giving me the permit, allowing me to speak. I want to thank my county commissioner, Susana Chaparro. It's always an honor to be in front of you. What happened last month shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened. And I will tell you why. And why I asked for Manny Sanchez's resignation. Several weeks prior, I went to his district meeting and I told him that I was aware that Oracle was actually intimidating many of the people that were against them. I mentioned it to him that prior to my son's death, he had been chased out of that region on his motorcycle. I brought it to him. Oh, yes, I called him a coward because he was not man enough to say, hey, you know, you're right. I heard that. We should do something. No, he didn't do anything. A couple of weeks later, we're in here. I'm standing all the way in the back. There's a guy on one corner from Oracle, one of their employees, trying to start a fight with me. There was nothing but rent-a-cops in here. I went outside, I walked out the doors, and I spoke to Lieutenant Sherman. And I told him, I said, look, you got a guy over there trying to start a fight with me. And I smelled what was going on in the room. And he said, oh, well, yeah, he could have given me a crap. So as soon as that happened, and he tried to gaslight me about my son's death, he thought I was going to lose it inside. But I came in and I watched the whole thing play out. Okay? Most of your sheriff's deputies were outside shooting the shit. There's a whole bunch of rent-a-cops here, and there's three sheriffs deputies in here. That was all that was in here. It shouldn't have happened. He knew. And when that happened, and he called them to remove those people, he knew that there was no deputies there, just the rent-a-cops and that big frigging bully. And he didn't do jack shit to protect his constituents. You don't have to like me. I don't have to like you, but I have to respect you. And if I know that someone is trying to hurt you, it is my duty to say, hey, stand up. And politicians have to do that. And we have to hold them.
Thank you.
We are now done with public input.
Thank you, everybody that stood up and spoke today. Okay, now we will go to commission input. The thing I'd like to say, first of all, is we need some more applicants for our community committee. So if you're interested in serving on the committee that we're going to review things and meet that Ms. Moore spoke about earlier, please go online and apply to be on that committee. We haven't had as many applications as we expected, and we'd like to have some more. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I am so happy everyone is here, and I am so happy that our passion has died down just a bit. So thank you, and thank you for taking time off from work and from your children and from medical appointments. I was in LA during the soccer tournaments, and I heard this term, que sí. And I'm looking at the translator here, and it's not picking it up. So the translation is, what if it's a yes? Que sí. Well, we found out Sunday, que sí. It was a yes for now. About a year ago, September 19th, I sat on this dais, and there were dozens and dozens of people here because we heard about Project Jupiter. And I was so grateful. My father had not grateful that my father had passed away, but I was grateful that citizens had come to this commission meeting to express their opinions. I saw Representative Micaela Cadena here supporting our community, and that's what this is about, is our community. And I am grateful that not only this community came forward to ask questions, but people throughout the state came to support us. They supported us in Santa Fe. We had the new energy economic attorneys represent us, and I am forever grateful to them. There was a stay at this time. Yes, you see. As we continue forward, I look back on that day, and it was so charged with emotion. I didn't have the information. I had a draft in front of me with hundreds of pages, and I had blank pages in that agreement, and I recall asking for a 90-day extension in order to go over the information. That was not possible. Then I asked for a 60-day extension. There was no second on that. I asked for a 30-day extension, and there was no second on that. And so this proceeded. Commissioner Kimball and I were at a restaurant yesterday, and we were approached by cooks from this restaurant. And it made me so happy to see that everyone, even the most humble of workers, have heard about Project Jupiter and are inquiring about it and what this commission is doing and what the state is doing and what NMED is doing and what the governor is doing and those who are running for office are doing and how they will handle this. So I'm grateful to this community for standing up and for moving forward with this. This has sparked hope. It's sparked passion. It has sparked strength. And hopefully it will unite this community as a team, because that's what we are. We're a team. And we have the right to say what we want in this community and what we don't want in this community. And it is this obligation of this commission to listen to you regarding what you want and what you don't want in this community. And I recall that meeting. So this entire process started with one single word: no. It was a 4-1, but nevertheless, the no is still moving forward thanks to all of you. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart to those of you that are questioning, that are demanding more information, that are demanding who signed NDAs, who made the deals. Ultimately, it was done at the state level. And it's just gone down to this body. And it's all right to disagree. And it's okay to change our minds. So I'd like to thank our representatives as well, our senators who have changed their minds and who are now uniting with me and with you. So now you have commissioners, you have representatives, and you have senators that are backing you. And we're a team. So again, thank you so much for being part of the team. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Y que si sí, and what if? What if it's a yes? Thank you.
Commissioner Shalter Hernandez, do you have anything you want to say?
Nothing today, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you for being civil today. This was a very informative meeting, and we learned a lot. We talked a lot, and I like to see things be discussed at a lower decibel level. So I appreciate it all the time. I appreciate the time you've put in. And sign up for the committee. Most importantly, we need more members for the committee. I believe that's all in commission input. Now, county officials, elected officials input. Do we have any elected officials that want to say anything? No? Okay, any staff input?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We do have a few employees with staff input. We'll begin with our interim county attorney, Alonso Maestas.
Wherever you want to be.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez in the ether. Recently, there have been questions about Dr. Scott Andrews' resignation, separation, and such. Emails, questions from commissioners, questions from constituents. I want to put some context behind that, and I'm going to read a statement that we've made, and then if there's any questions for that, y'all can come and talk to me about it or what have you. Dr. Andrews did not simply resign from his position as county manager. The Board of County Commissioners and Dr. Andrews reached a negotiated agreement regarding his separation from employment with Doña County. Under Dr. Andrews' existing employment agreement and consistent with past county manager contracts and national best practices for professional local government management, his separation entitled him to 6 months of salary. The amount agreed upon in connection with the separation was consistent with that contractual obligation. Because the circumstances leading to the separation involve personnel matters and attorney-client privilege discussions concerning separation negotiations, I cannot discuss those matters publicly. I understand there may be concerns regarding the expenditure of public funds, but we have to be clear, the payment was not an additional benefit created by the board in connection with Dr. Andrews' departure. It was made pursuant to the county's contractual obligations under his existing employment agreement as part of the negotiated separation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have ACM Stephen Lopez.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just wanted to provide a report back on the MRVDA board meeting that was held on August 19th. There was recognition of employee service, including Executive Director Jennifer Gorham, who now has over 20 years serving Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. There was a budget adjustment and review of the fiscal position of MRVDA. MRVDA's budget is looking really good. The finances are handled by the City of Las Cruces. There was discussion about revising the joint powers agreements between all the participating agencies to include the possibility of allowing entities to be billed up front of the fiscal year. Because right now, when billing happens for us, the county, in June, by the time the billing comes through and we pay it, we're already into the next fiscal year. So that is something that will be looked at for an improvement. We did approve new consoles for the dispatchers for the backup dispatch center, which is going to be located in the county's Office of Emergency Management building, which we are proud to announce is almost complete. We are just waiting for electrical hookup from El Paso Electric so that all the systems can be tested and staff can start moving in. And there's just punch list items right now that are being completed. And so MRVDA is looking forward to having a full backup dispatch center. They will be conducting their training from now on in that facility so they can actually have 10 dispatchers going through training simultaneously, all live on the consoles. So this is going to be a great partnership with Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. And then there was just a review of litigation involving Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. Happy to answer any questions you all might have on the litigation, of course, offline.
Do you have any questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is all we have for staff input.
Thank you. Okay, commission appointed report back. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you have anything on any boards that you're on that you want to report about?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did have a special meeting for the South Central Solid Waste Authority where we were approving some land acquisition grants to expand the mechanic facility for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. So we had a lot of grant agreements come up on our agenda for the special meeting. Those all passed. So we should be seeing some movement there on expanding the South Central Solid Waste Authority, which is really exciting for us. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. I don't have any updates. Okay. All right, next we'll move to presentations. So Doña County Community Resource Center's annual report. Jamie Michael.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm extra excited to present this year our Community Resource Center Annual Report because in December of 2001, the County Commission created our department. So we are getting ready to celebrate 25 years of our HHS department. A few months after that, they hired the first director for our department, Sylvia Sierra. I'm proud to say I was able to work with her for many years. And she came from a nonprofit background focused on family resource centers. So she was the one who really started utilizing the county buildings as community resource centers. The scope of what the county has done with those community resource centers has evolved over the past 25 years, and it started with AmeriCorps Vista volunteers. So there were not any county staff hired to do programming and provide services at the community centers. It was all AmeriCorps Vista volunteers. We have 2 of those original AmeriCorps Vista volunteers that remained, that are currently employees of our department. We've had several over the years, but we still have 2 of them with us. The scope of our department as it has evolved, and this is reflecting last year's focus, we've always conducted health-related programs and services, and we use the community resource centers as a way to do that throughout the county, so to decentralize the services and the education that we offer. We employ promotoras now, so we have over a dozen employees in our department that are certified promotoras. They do a variety of work, but instead of relying on AmeriCorps Vista volunteers, now we have employed promotoras. We have health educators that work out at the community centers and across the community. We also have a network of partners and contractors that provide services directly at those facilities. So to do all of this, we really utilize the community resource centers. Generally speaking, our department also follows the county health rankings model. You've probably seen this diagram if you've seen any presentations about our department. We look at policies, programs that contribute to health factors, and those health factors contribute to health outcomes. And health outcomes are measured by both length of life and quality of life. And when we look at those blue boxes, those are the health factors. And this, the weight of how impactful each of those are on our health is cited across a variety of literature. So it really is an accurate reflection of what contributes to our length of life and quality of life. So if you look, there's 30% of our length of life and quality of life is attributed to our individual personal health behaviors. Am I eating right? Am I not smoking? Am I wearing a seatbelt? All of those things. 20% relates to the clinical care, so how accessible is care and what is the quality of care. 40%, so the highest percentage there, is related to social and economic factors, and you can see examples of those social and economic factors. And if we look at what promotoras are great at doing, it directly relates to those social and economic factors. And then also the physical environment, again, our air quality, water quality, housing and transportation, all of that contributes to our quality of life and length of life. So throughout our department, we try to use this model to address, again, quality of life. Here is a list of all of the community resource centers that we operate in. We have some centers that have full HHS programming, so that means there is at least one full-time employee there providing their 40 hours worth of work at those facilities. You can see the day and the time. They're open much longer than 40 hours a week. So in order to get that, we do rely on volunteers from the community. We rely on community organizations and contracted partners. So that's a list of standard operating hours for each of the centers. Some of the centers say senior meals only because we do not have an HHS employee at those facilities, but our contractor provide senior meals there, and so those centers are only open for limited hours for that, that function. And then we do utilize one of the centers for the monthly food distribution program. Outside of these hours, we do special events and activities frequently throughout the year, but they're not part of the standard hours of operation. This is a list, again, of all of the community centers where we have an HHS employee, so the full HHS operations. And you can see last fiscal year, we almost hit 50,000 encounters, so over 47,000 encounters. Number of times someone walked into the building to access services. We had close to 7,000 activities across all of those centers, and this just lists the demographic by age for each of the community centers. So we do see that the overwhelming majority of people who utilize the centers are adults. That makes sense because there's more hours in the day that adults are available to go to the community center while young people are in the school. But we have seen an increase over the years in the number of young people using the center. The data that you see here and that you'll see on the next slides is not exact, because if someone doesn't want to give us their age, we say, welcome, come in. It's fine. If you don't want to sign in, that's not going to be a barrier. The data collection is all still done manually. So again, there is not that automation factor that allows us to be 100% accurate or gather the 100% of the information. But it gives us a good indicator. And again, the purpose isn't to gather good data. The purpose is to offer a safe place for people to come. So we definitely don't require them to sign in or give us information. But it is nice to be able to look back and see what we've accomplished. This is the comparison of fiscal years. It took a while to bounce back from COVID. The centers were closed during that time, and it did take a while to bounce back. Last fiscal year, FY25, is when we finally reached where we were pre-COVID time, and you can see this past fiscal year, the number of encounters increased from there. So I would say if we look back across our 25 years, that last year was one of the highest numbers of encounters that we've seen in our history. The types of encounters correlates with the county health rankings model. So those blue buckets there, we correlate the data collection based on that. And again, this is not always 100% accurate because one activity can fit into more than one box. But this gives you an idea. There is a lot of focus on the social and economic factors. So we look at the total number of events, close to 7,000. Of that, 2,000 were related to social and economic factors. Health, behaviors, clinical care, physical environment. We also document and try to give people a variety of activities. Here's some examples of the social and economic factors. We have a Nuestra Familia program. It focuses on caregiver, child-adult attachment, social-emotional development. Through that program, we do offer opportunities for new moms, grandmas, caregivers to get together in things like support groups or social groups just to talk about their experience. Sometimes it revolves around learning how to use your car seat correctly, so it's a skill-based class, but behind that is let's build community resilience and community connections across caregivers. We do have child care providers on site at 2 of our centers. They are not licensed child care providers, so the caregiver has to stay in the building, but it allows the caregiver to focus on the class that they're there for, and it gives the child a safe place with age-appropriate activities in a safe environment with adult supervision. The child care providers have received their 40-hour certification through the state, but the facilities are not licensed as child care centers. We do a lot in the summer with the young kids, the summer lunches and youth and recreation in the summer with our staff and throughout the year with our contractors. Health behaviors, obviously this is a big one. We do diabetes management and prevention at community resource centers. Also at other types of community facilities in Gadsden, we do a lot with the family resource centers. Our staff is out talking about 988, talking about the Crisis Triage Center, talking about mental health first aid, and offering those certification classes across the community centers. And then our team of health promotion staff and promotores each month have something called Topic of the Month. So it's just a variety of topics that they will go out and provide the same class across all the community centers. We also focus on access to health and social services. Again, the promotoras are key to connecting people to resources. They help reduce isolation. We had a physician with La Clinica down in Chaparral prescribe, go to your community centers so you can interact with people as something important for the individual to do to help with depression symptoms. The promotoras at the community center, because they are there full-time, they build trust with the relationship, and they're able to provide that social engagement and connection. The building trust is important. In my time here, we have responded to several emergencies, natural disaster type of emergencies. And I know when Stephen was with OEM, we partnered, because after a natural disaster, when we need to reach out to community, you need a trusted voice. And the promotoras are, after the things have been made safe in the community, the promotoras are the first one out there knocking on doors, checking on people, and communicating with people after natural disasters. We were also well poised to do vaccine clinics in communities and get information out during the time of COVID. We support food distribution and senior meals as well. There's a variety of special events, community meetings, resource fair, again, the resource navigation. I think many of you have seen or been to winter celebrations. We also utilize the community centers as cooling and warming centers throughout the year as needed. Some added value. We do have members of the community that want to volunteer. They can get their volunteer hours for some of the state supported programs. They can get volunteer experience that helps with job training. So there are informal career pathways that are set up at the community resource centers by working locally with people in those communities. We're great liaisons between the county and constituents about, again, everything from responding to natural disasters to lights on your roadways and other things that we're hearing from community members that we're then able to share with county leadership and elected officials. The community centers are a safe place to convene for families. Other organizations have been able to use the community centers, again, as a safe place for them to connect with people. And because they're located in the community, not every nonprofit organization or healthcare facility is going to have a building in every community, but they're able to utilize the community resource centers, and that is a great partnership with different organizations. So this just illustrates what we can see and what we can count are those encounters and activities, but what we can't see is everything below the water. And the community centers are often referred to as the heart of our department or the heart of the community. These are other words that we hear people use when they describe the community resource centers and the promotoras. These things are not always measurable, but we know that they are happening. I also want to recognize that this is the beginning of National Community Health Worker Awareness Week. So Pam and I are joined today by three of our staff, Sharon, Selena, and Ariana, who are here. Ladies, you want to wave or stand? Thank you. And Crystal, thank you. Crystal supports all of our team. We want to congratulate all of our community health workers in our department. We are celebrating with them on Friday. We're hosting a lunch with all of them, but it is time to recognize the work of all of our promotoras and community health workers. Promotoras have been so impactful in the communities that this is now a national organization and something celebrated across the country. Here's just a few photos. Again, I know many of you have been to the community centers, but this is, again, you look at 4,000 encounters, and 7,000 activities, but this is what they look like. Each month, each of the centers have a convivio, which is a planning meeting. So we ask the community, what services, what resources, what activities would you like? And then the promotoras are able to quickly respond, and next month's calendar normally reflects what the community has asked for. More convivio conversations. Again, during COVID, we were able to quickly help get resources out to people, helping them build fans that were filtering the air in their home and provide other training on COVID-safe practices. Resource fairs, health fairs, having clinics go out and provide direct information, and some health monitoring. We have, again, our Nuestra Vida program. So kind of a funny story, the staff person that's kneeling down in the front, his name is Brian, and he was doing one of these classes. It's an 8-week class in Santa Teresa. And a year later, a woman just recently walked into the county building and asked one of our building attendants for the diabetes guy. And the building attendant knew that it was Brian, so walked the woman up there, and Brian went and met her, and she came here to ask for help enrolling in Medicaid. And the person she thought about was the diabetes guy. That was the place she reached out for help. Summer activities, the staff are always exhausted at the end of the summer because the kiddos keep them busy. The winter celebrations, other seasonal celebrations that we've had throughout the years. Doña is a great place for dances. The folks there love having dances throughout the year. And you can just see through the decorations, the staff take a lot of pride in making the community centers a welcoming, fun place for the people in those communities. That is our presentation for this fiscal year. And with that, I will stand for questions. Thank you all for your support of these facilities.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. Jamie, first I'd like to thank you and your wonderful team, the promotoras, and the people that are staffing the community centers. You are exceptional. Mil gracias. I know a lot of them are not able to attend, but I've been to a couple of different community centers, and it's always such a joyful place to go to, and it is a safe place. But I do have a couple of questions. I'd spoken to Acting County Manager Lopez regarding the heat we're having, and I was wondering if people are going to the community center to cool off and what else we can do. I don't remember what the temperature was. Acting Commission or Acting County, there's ACM. It's too long. ACM Lopez. I recall, is it 110 or 105?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, for a formal cooling center to be activated under the guidelines of the Office of Emergency Management, it is 110 because at that point it becomes dangerous. Now, it's not 110 just air temperature. That's a heat index of 110. So if there's high humidity, the air temperature can be much lower and still trigger that. But shy of that 110 degrees, the community centers are open and available to receive people. And after the discussion you and I had, the digital communications team put that word out. So I'm also interested to hear from Director Michael, did people show up?
Commissioner, yes, regardless of whether they've been activated as an official cooling or heating center, we do have a handful of people that show up there. They know the center is open during those hours, and there are a handful of folks who may not have adequate cooling or heating in their home and do show up. It's not a large number of folks, but it is people that are most likely more vulnerable to being too hot or too cold, so a lot of elderly folks. And I think your other question was, what do we need? During the summer, it would be really nice to have water bottle filling stations at the community centers. I know that they don't want me to be aware of this, and every time I become aware of it, I have to take some action, but I know our staff out of their pockets are buying water for people. And that's not okay for our staff to be doing that. So we try to keep up with water bottles, but water filling stations would be, I think, a nice addition to the facilities. And I know Justin is aware of that.
And I think that's a great idea. I so worry, especially during the summer. It's been tremendously hot, and there are some areas in the county where people just can't afford air conditioning, and we need to be able to take care of our vulnerable members of the community, especially the younger kids and our older folks. I was up visiting the Oregon area in my car, and my car showed that it was 109, and my hair was frizzy, so I knew it was humid. And so if we can just start taking that into account, I don't know if I can be outside at 109 with humidity. I can barely take 90. And older folks especially are so vulnerable, and those living in mobile homes with llantas on the roof so the roof doesn't blow away during a wind. But perhaps getting that message out through our website more often so that our vulnerable population is able to access those community centers, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, more so just a comment. Jamie, thank you so much for presenting today. Did you see those numbers in La Mesa? They're pretty great. And I'm just so excited that we are seeing the increased use of the La Mesa Community Center with having, HHS staff there. So something that I want to point out, and it kind of has to do with the vaccine clinics that that we had during COVID. But I know that in our community, something that I would love to see is if there's a way that maybe we can look at doing, STI, HIV testing, like mobile centers or mobile clinics at some of our community centers, maybe rotating them to bring those services there. I know that in our rural communities, those services are not available. And I know that a lot of people in our community maybe have a tough time with the stigma of STIs and STDs, and getting to their parent or someone like that to be able to go into town to get those services is hard. So I'm not sure if that's something maybe we can look at teaming up with either the state and or some other nonprofits in our community already doing that work. But I think it would be awesome to be able to have that, and it would take a while to build, of course, but just having that there would really help out community members, especially our younger population.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Yes, annually we have the flu shots and sometimes the pneumonia and COVID, but we have not done the STI, HIV, or other types of mobile testing. The New Mexico Department of Health does have a mobile vehicle now that we're able to request through them. Stigma is a consideration, and for the young kiddos, the school-based health centers are a great way to access those services without the barrier of transportation, and can be less stigmatizing. So both utilizing school-based health centers and our community resource centers, I do believe there's opportunity to increase this, and I can make some arrangements and get back to you and let you know what we're able to do.
That would be amazing. Even if we could start with requesting the mobile unit and moving it around the county, maybe teaming up with when we do the cleanup days. There's already a presence of community at those events. Maybe that's a good start just to kind of highlight that it is available for our community. I would be really, really excited to support something like that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Jamie, I'd like to ask you about the promotores. With all the plan coming for the new things we're doing at community centers, will the promotores continue to be at all the centers with their unique mission and not wrapped into the staff that are staffing the community centers? Because there need to be there's a distinction of the services provided. And you're right, promotoras look more like family to a lot of our citizens. It's like, oh yeah, she's my tia, or she's my, I know her, I'm gonna go talk to her. And I don't wanna lose those connections. Are those being developed into the community centers in the master plan the way that we've had them? Or even more so?
Madam Chair, I know that county leadership sees the value in promotoras and the work that promotoras do. I'm not sure what the master plan about community centers, I don't know what the job description of our promotoras will look like as we continue down that, developing that function. I do appreciate that there's going to be more resources available for community centers, but my recommendation would be to preserve that role of the promotora. They are there to open and close the facility, but that's not their primary function, and that's not the great value that they bring. It's the job description, it's the certification as a promotora, as a community health worker, that I think is the great value that they bring to the community and to county government. So my recommendation is that we maintain that type of job description and that skill set for the folks. We can add other resources, but not take away or shift from that function.
Thank you. I truly think we need to preserve the promotoras and their program. Community health workers in their name. They need to be at the community centers. And we need to have them because I think, well, we know that they're people's first connection, citizens' first connection to something. And I want to be sure that we preserve that along with all the other grand plans we have for the community centers. People go to the community centers looking for help, and we need to have promotoras there. So I thank you for this presentation. Does anybody else have any other questions or anything? Christopher? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez? You okay?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. I'll just stick
around. Okay. Do we need anything? We're good.
Do you want me to jump into the next one?
Yep.
The next one also.
You go
All
ahead.
right.
You go ahead. Somebody's here with you.
All right. Yeah, so Jamie Michael again, Health and Human Services Department. Each year we award a contract to New Mexico State University for Cooperative Extension Services. And when we did so in July, there was a request to have someone from Cooperative Extension come and present. So we have Eva Madrid here today from Cooperative Extension to present with us. Eva, thank you for being here. Cooperative Extension contract is slightly different than our others, not just because it's government to government, but Cooperative Extension services are set up intentionally to be a partnership, a funding partnership between federal government, state government, and county government. And I think we're very lucky to have New Mexico's Cooperative Extension Services based at NMSU. So we've always had a really strong relationship with Cooperative Extension. Some of those activities that we document and some of those encounters are a direct result of this partnership. So Eva's here to share her presentation. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, and members of the public. My name is Eva Madrid, and I serve as the 4-H agent of the Doña County Cooperative Extension Service. Unfortunately, Teresa Dean, our county director, was unable to be here today as she's attending a training on the New World Screwworm, gaining valuable insight, knowledge, and resources that on an issue that has the potential to impact Doña County. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to highlight the important work and impact of extension throughout our county. Our mission can be summarized in 3 words: educate, empower, and grow. We provide resource-based education and practical resources that help people solve problems, build skills, and improve their lives. Our programs reach residents of all ages and communities throughout Doña County, from Hatch to Anthony, Chaparral, Santa Teresa, and everywhere in between. Oh, great. Thank you. When people hear the word extension, they may not fully understand what that means. Extension is the connection between the research and expertise of New Mexico State University and the people who can use that information in their everyday lives. We take research and turn it into real-life solutions. We connect people with knowledge and resources that can make an immediate difference. And over time, those individual impacts create stronger communities. Whether we are helping a producer address an agricultural concern, teaching a family how to prepare healthier meals, developing leadership skills in young people, or connecting residents with community resources, Extension brings the university directly to the people of Doña County. Extension Matters works because our work creates real and lasting impact. This is not simply about offering classes or organizing activities. It is about improving lives and preparing our communities for the future. Our work contributes to stronger agriculture by helping producers access current research-based information. It contributes to healthier families through education in nutrition, food safety, physical health, and mental well-being. It helps create prepared and resilient communities by responding to emerging needs and connecting residents with reliable resources. And it develops future leaders by giving young people opportunities to build confidence, responsibility, communication skills, and commitment to serving others. These outcomes benefit the entire community. Our work is organized in 4 primary program areas: 4-H youth development, agriculture and natural resources, family and consumer sciences, and economic development. Although these are separate program areas, they frequently overlap. A single community program may involve youth development, agriculture, family life, and workforce preparation. That ability to work across subject areas and to adapt our programming to the needs of local communities is one of Extension's greatest strengths. Our 4-H youth development program reaches young people through traditional 4-H clubs, school enrichment, and special interest programs. Doña County currently has 11 traditional 4-H clubs reaching from Hatch to Santa Teresa, with approximately 360 members and 118 volunteer leaders. 12 youth serve on our county 4-H leadership team, supported by 6 adult advisors. These young people help plan activities, represent the county, and develop valuable leadership and communication skills. Our largest 4-H project areas continue to be livestock and shooting sports, but 4-H reaches far beyond those projects. Through school enrichment and special interest programming, we provide experiences such as Ag Explorer, embryology, career fairs, shattered lives, STEAM nights, and our military partnerships. Together, these programs recorded more than 6,000 youth contacts. For many young people, 4-H is where they discover what they are capable of doing. They learn how to set goals, complete projects, speak in front of others, work as part of a team, and recover when something does not go as planned. Those are skills that stay with them long after the project or the activity. Agriculture and natural resources remain essential to the economy, identity, and quality of life of Doña County. Our team provides educational support and current information to producers, landowners, gardeners, and community members. Our master gardener volunteers extend our reach by answering questions, supporting community projects, and sharing research-based horticulture information throughout the county. We also provide hydroponics education, which introduces both youth and adults to an alternative growing system and new possibilities in food production. Our work includes responding to emerging agricultural concerns such as the New World screwworm threat by helping residents understand, prevention, monitoring, and appropriate response procedures. We also support local research, including work related to yellowhorn and its potential for our region. The specific issues may change, but our role remains consistent: to provide Doña County residents with timely, credible, and practical information. Our family and consumer science programs empower individuals and families to make informed decisions that support healthier and more resilient lives. Kitchen Creations helps individuals with diabetes and their families develop practical skills for managing their health through nutrition and food preparation. Our partnership with U54 Cancer Prevention expands access to cancer education and prevention resources through a collaboration with Fred Hutchinson. QPR Suicide Prevention Training teaches participants how to recognize warning signs, ask important questions, and connect someone in crisis with appropriate help. Mind Matters helps participants understand stress, trauma, resilience, and healthy coping skills. These programs address real needs facing families in our county. They provide more than information. They give people practical tools they can use at home, at work, and within their communities. Our ICANN nutrition education programs demonstrate the breadth and the personal impact of extension education. FNIP and SNAP-Ed grant programs provide nutrition and budget education to limited resource families and individuals. Both aim to reduce nutrition insecurity, prevent obesity, and teach practical cooking and shopping skills. Through these programs, our educators reported a total of 1,077 program graduates. Program was delivered through 62 education sites and in partnership with 24 agencies, including 19 schools, as well as senior centers, childcare centers, churches, and community centers. But the true impact is not found in the numbers alone. It is reflected in the personal success stories that show how our educators have inspired meaningful, lasting change in the lives of individuals and families. None of this work can happen in isolation. Our success depends on strong partnerships with community resource centers, schools, local agencies, nonprofit organizations, volunteers, and community events throughout the county. These partnerships help us identify local needs, avoid duplicating services, reach residents where they already live and gather, and make the best use of available resources. We are grateful for the County Commission's continued investment in cooperative extension. County support, combined with NMSU resources and the dedication of our community partners and volunteers, allows us to extend the reach and impact of every dollar. Extension is at the best when we work together, and these collaborations help ensure that our programs remain relevant, accessible, and responsible. Thank you for your continued support of the Doña County Cooperative Extension Service and for recognizing the value of research-based education in our communities. From strengthening agriculture and supporting families to developing young leaders and building community partnership, our team is proud to serve the residents of Doña County. I appreciate the opportunity to share our work with you, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're reading my mind, Madam Chair. Good morning, and
Good
thank
morning.
you for being here. So I've visited some farmers in the Mesilla area, and there's water difficulties. As we know, this year, the farmers were able to get this much water, one watering, 4 inches, which is of great concern to me. And so we have pockets of small farmers, whether it's 1 acre, 2 acres, 5 acres. Is there anybody with your organization with whom they can speak? And most of these farmers that I've had contact with are Spanish speakers. And so that's number one. Do you have someone within your organization that can speak to them? And number two, do you have any Spanish speakers so that we can connect these small farmers that may lose their farms? There's not enough loans and grants for them to either dig wells or plan for conservative or conservation of water, watering of their crops, to connect electrical pumps, things of that. I mean, I can go through a series of questions that I've been asked. Is there someone with whom they can speak?
So within our extension office, we have our agriculture and horticulture agent, and he is very knowledgeable and helping. He's a great resource that farmers can communicate. The one thing that's a great benefit is as the extension office, we have that connection with New Mexico State University, the College of Agriculture and Consumer Science. And so we are able to connect with the professors there to help us if we're not able to answer those questions. So there are resources through our college and through the extension that we are able to connect with to help those producers in agriculture. I know our agronomy and horticulture agent is looking at the yellowhorn, which is a drought-tolerant commodity. And so they're looking at different ways to utilize that product. Hopefully it's in its starting stages, but that it's drought tolerant. So I would recommend farmers connect with our Cooperative Extension Service. We are in all 33 counties, so if they're not in our county, they can definitely connect with their extension office in their respective county. But then the great aspect of benefit is that we do have the university backing and those specialists that can assist with them.
And I thank you for that response, but my question was a little different. We're in Doña County, and so specific to Doña County, with whom should they speak?
They can connect with our agronomy and horticulture agent, Jeff Anderson, who would be able to connect with specialists at the university.
And would you happen to have a number for him? Or if you can give it to my assistant, Susie Cordero?
Yes, I would
so that I
definitely.
can make contact. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you have anything you want to say?
No, I just want to add the Cooperative Extension Services at NMSU is near and dear to my heart. My mother-in-law has been with them for years and years and years, and your reach is so huge in our state. And, you know, even when we go to our NM counties in Santa Fe, the Cooperative Extension Service has put on our EDGE certification for elected officials. And you all have your hand in everything, so I just want to say thank you. But know that you are reaching many, many people in our communities. Even if they don't know that you're touching them, you are through all the work that you're doing. So keep up the great work. I'm so excited that Doña County keeps supporting you all. And I hope that we can continue this awesome relationship that we all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd just like to say that a lot of times when I look at a program or a group like this, I try to imagine what the community would look like without it. And it's kind of scary. I mean, all the gaps that you fill and all the work that happens through this group is just amazing. And it keeps a lot of things going that other people don't think about. And you're filling in places where nobody else would think, hey, let's do that. So it's really wonderful. And I'm glad that we partner with you, and I'm glad to see there's so much going on. And I know that the kids benefit from it, adults benefit from it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we'll move to the minutes. So we've changed number 11 to 2 motions. So I need a motion to accept the minutes from the August 11th general meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
Brandon, will you call the roll?
Who made the motion and who's the second?
Commissioner Shelder. No, I'll take the second on that. The audio's lagging, so I know he was ahead of me.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
I was not present, so I'll abstain.
Chair Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I need a motion to accept the special meeting minutes for August 14th.
So moved.
Second.
Chaparro? Okay. Did you get that, Brandy?
Yes, ma'am. Chair Shaljo Hernandez? I'm sorry, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioners Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Kimball?
Yes. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk, moving to action items, and the first thing is an annexation petition submitted by the City of Sunland Park for approximately 362 acres located along the northwest municipal boundary of the City of Sunland Park and Pete Domenici Highway. Christina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the third time that this application for annexation has been submitted to the City of Sunland Park, and they have requested comments again, as is the procedure. You can see there on the location map, it's the area that they are proposing. It is including portions of Airport Road, which are currently county maintained. This is the previous proposal that they had submitted, the last one that was reviewed for comments, and you can see this area is no longer being included, so it's just these larger parcels to the end of that, or closer to the road. Here's an aerial view. You can see there's existing development near, and portions of that would be left out, and so there is already gaps, but there would be portions that would remain in the county and then surrounded by city land. So this is what they were proposing, or the developers proposing, which would be basically medium to high density residential with some commercial and industrial along Pete Domenici. This is just information from their development. They would be proposing a PID to the city as well as a TID to help finance infrastructure. And then proposed densities, as I mentioned, medium to high density. So this is a subject property. The county had previously submitted comments twice already, and the comments in the proposed letter that we provided are the same. To exclude any property owners that would be opposed to being included, consider existing adjacent industrial land uses that could be in conflict with the proposed residential. Pete Domenici is critical for continued development in Santa Teresa and to support expansion of Pete Domenici. And the additional comment is now from the Jetport, and that's to consider ongoing master planning efforts for the Jetport. And so, unless anyone has any changes, I stand for questions. And what we're requesting is approval of this letter from the BOCC submitted to Sunland Park for comment.
Okay. Commissioner Chaparro? I'm thinking. Okay, well, I want to ask about the land closest to the airport, Jetport. Yes. What will happen with that land if this annexation goes through as it is? Will they be able to build whatever they want by the Jetport?
I guess the short answer is yes. Whatever Sunland Park is willing to approve with regard to zoning, they would be allowed to develop as they're proposing, or if that changed and they wanted to develop something else. The concern with the Jetport is obviously that we need to have a buffer, or we're recommending a buffer. The plan recommends a certain buffer to protect residential properties. And so that may not be honored by the city.
So how do we do that?
So, you know, unfortunately, the county does not have a lot of, I sway or authority to prevent the annexation from occurring, because it's the Sunland Park Council that would be making the approval. The county's role is to provide comments, and in this case, obviously, we're requesting that if they are going to approve it, to take into consideration these factors. However, it's going to be ultimately up to the city. Another thing that I know is happening is our Jetport manager, Jody, has been going to their city council meetings and repeatedly reminding them about the plan. They did invite the city to participate when they were meeting as a committee, and just continuing to engage with Sunland Park with the hope that they will continue to honor the county's plans as well.
We don't have any legal recourse to make it? Can we condemn that land so that it stays?
Well, I mean, the county, I'm not the legal expert here. There may be some legal options that can be discussed with the county attorney, but as far as the approval itself of the annexation, that falls within the jurisdiction of the City of Sunland Park.
Madam Chair, if I might add to the discussion, Stephen Lopez, one of the acting county managers, State Statute 4-38-33 reads, "The power of eminent domain and right of condemnation granted to counties under the provisions of this act shall extend to such land contiguous and adjacent to any such airport or any other lands within 1/2 mile in any direction from the outer boundaries of said airport as may be necessary to render ingress to and egress from said airport efficient and free from hazard." So I understand that to read that this board could, through the power of eminent domain, condemn any of the properties within 1/2 mile of the jetport to provide for safe operation of the airport. And the runway does point straight at this property.
So I think we need to do that. And how do we move forward?
Madam Chair, this is something I believe we need to discuss in closed session, and it's not on today's agenda
Okay.
for closed session, so perhaps this needs to
Can
be.
we add anything about that to this letter? Is what I'm asking, I guess, right now.
Not if we haven't discussed it in closed session. We need to have a chat about this.
They're going to vote on it in Sunland Park in 2 days.
Stephen?
We need to make this letter what we really want it to say.
I think looking to Alonzo for guidance here, I think we might be able to add to this letter that the county is considering the safety and efficient operation of the jetport, and if necessary, will consider action pursuant to State Statute 4-38-33.
I agree with that verbiage, Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I would also agree to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Saldro Hernandez.
Thank you. And I'm certain the City of Sunland Park is watching the meeting as we speak, but I suggest to them that the health and the welfare of the community in that area be considered. I mean, living right next to a jetport that is having large cargo planes with noise and other health concerns are at issue right now. And I understand the need to expand. I understand the need to provide housing for people, but not to endanger their health. So I agree in adding that language if it's legally appropriate. Mr. Maestas, I know we're going to have to be very careful with that from the information that's been gathered from the commissioners. So let's tread lightly on the legal language regarding that so that we don't misstep on that.
Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I think we can add that language and take further discussion as to what we're going to do at the next closed session. But we can add that language saying we are considering our legal rights, our legal options.
We can do that today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to do that. And do we need to vote on that or?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So before we take a action on adding that to the letter, I also just want to say, I think that, so in the agenda for today, the executive summary pointed out it pointed out a paragraph, and it says the Development Review Committee, the DRC, originally met on October 2nd, 2025. So that was the original time that this annexation was brought before their board, and voted conditionally to approve the annexation with the following comments. And that comment is the area of annexation will create an undesirable boundary line that leaves an island composed of the Casas Lindas subdivision, Desert Shadow subdivision, Santa Teresa terrace apartments in the middle of the proposed area of annexation. This may lead to the possibility of jurisdiction confusion for emergency response and other required services pursuant to NM statutes 3717(1)D. It is recommended this area be made part of the annexation. So, Ms. Amesworth, that is that still a part of this exact same annexation, or is that a different annexation?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez and Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I did fail to mention that we did not reconvene the DRC, as they have already met to review this annexation when it was first submitted for comment. The departmental review would not have changed.
Okay.
The departments still believe that it should be a seamless, contiguous annexation without gaps. However, when we had brought it at the time to BOCC, there were comments made by the commission regarding residents who did not want to be annexed. And so the language was changed per direction from the BOCC to exclude any residents or property owners who did not want to be annexed. And so that's why the letter that we provided still has those comments from the first approval that was made.
Okay, Madam Chair, I know that was our intent the last time we did this, which, by the way, the fact that they're looking at annexing this twice within one fiscal year is just insane. But I'm not sure if maybe we want to add kind of the historical side to this letter, where, you know, the DRC did meet October 2nd, 2025. Based off of this was their comments, and then also include the county commission's comments. I don't know if we want to make a motion to kind of talk about or to include that, but I think it's very relevant to what we're dealing with today, because, you know, leaving out the residents that want to leave out, I get. We were at that point where there was a conversation about one very large land holding owner that did not want to be a part of it. But now we're leaving out complete subdivisions, and you're not going to be able to pick and choose which house wants to be included. So I'm not sure if maybe we want to reform this letter to talk about the DRC's recommendation or what we want to do, because the last time we did this, they were including one major land holder. So now that major landholder has been kind of left out, if you will, maybe we want to go back to the DRC's recommendation and include that in the letter to the City of Sunland Park.
Okay.
This would require a motion to approve an amendment, and then, there has to be an amendment, like, what do we want to do? And then motion to approve that, and then vote on that, then motion to approve it as amended.
Madam Chair, we also still need a motion to hear this agenda item. I know we went into discussion really quickly, but we do still need a motion and a second for that action item.
So I need a motion to to discuss this. I need a motion for number 12.
So moved.
So and I'll second.
Okay. All right.
And then, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we add the DRC's paragraph from when they met October 2nd of 2025. I'm not going to restate it, Madam Chair, but I think we know what's in it, and also that we add the legal terminology about how the Doña County government might be looking at county attorney. I'm not sure how we want to word that, if you can help me out.
And Madam Chair, if I may interrupt Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, just for the public that's watching, if we can explain what DRC is and how they function just a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioner Chaparro. Yes, the DRC is the Development Review Committee, which is composed of several departments that are always included in review of various development projects. And those are community development, engineering, fire, and utilities. And so members of each department sit on that committee and make recommendations that then go to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you.
Okay. So Alonso?
1 second, please.
Madam Chair, while Alonso's working on the language for you, I believe, Christina, that this is set for planning and zoning tomorrow and hearing by the City Council of Sunland Park on the 1st of September. Does that sound correct?
That is correct. It will be reviewed by the City of Sunland Park's Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
since we're formulating my original motion, with that, since our very own Jody is going to those meetings, if he is going to be present representing the county and the Jetport at that planning and zoning meeting, maybe we can get him a copy of this letter to read into record for the commission.
And he's here, so let's ask him.
Morning, Chair. Commissioner Salvador Hernandez. I have a commitment tomorrow night, so I was not going to be able to be at that one. I don't know if Jim, sometimes he and I are tag teaming when we go, but I will follow up to see if we can make sure that we have some representation. The P&Z, unfortunately for them, unlike ours, is more like my advisory board than it is a decision-making board, whereas they make decisions here and appeal in the City of Sunland Park, what I've learned before, and their P&Z meeting has denied. So the way this process, we make this input, where I've been trying to make my battle the most is their statute says they're not allowed to make zoning changes. They have to accept what we've already zoned it as. But what they're doing is they're pairing it together. Hey, annex the property, and then immediately here comes the zone change to make this this type of zoning they're doing. That's what I've been battling down there, is to not change the zoning that we put so many efforts into during our last master plan to make sure we didn't have that consolidation of personnel right underneath the approach corridor. But I will do my best to make sure that our inputs are with the P&Z tomorrow night. I'll figure out how to make that happen.
Okay. Is that good, Commissioner Saldro Hernandez?
That works.
Thank you. We are. Yeah, we're still waiting on Alonso, but we want to get it to the P&Z for tomorrow too.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have some verbiage here that I think we can amend the letter to add this. The county will consider its legal recourse to ensure the Jetport has an appropriate buffer zone pursuant to NMSA 4-38-33 to ensure the health and safety of its constituents and the efficient operations of the Jetport.
Okay. Is that good, Stephen? Okay,
Yes.
so the motion is to re-add the DRC paragraph and this statement into the letter. But we're asking that now as an amendment to the motion we have first. So
So it's a motion to accept the motion to amend the letter as we discussed, and then.
right.
Yeah,
So we're gonna
that.
vote on the amendment now. He did a motion, didn't?
Well, we have to do a motion to amend it.
Not with the words, okay. So we need a motion to change it with these words. Okay. Do you want to make that motion, Christopher?
Did I point to heaven on that?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you want to make that motion that we accept it with these changes discussed?
So moved as stated.
That's it, okay. Commissioner
Second.
Chaparro, second. Okay, so Brandy, will you take the vote on the amendment?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes. Okay, so now let's go back to the actual action item about the annexation petition as amended. So we have a motion, we have a second on that already. So now take the vote on that, please.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Do we have?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes.
Chair, did we have we had a motion to amend. I don't think we had the motion to approve the letter as amended. So we need that motion and then the vote.
The letter as amended?
Yes.
That's what I thought the change was amend the letter.
It was to amend it, so now that's approving the amendment, and then a motion to accept the letter as amended. And then at that point, the vote on that.
So moved.
There it is.
Okay. Second.
There we go.
Okay, so now vote on that. So this is to vote on the letter as amended.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, is there any public comment on this? Yes, come on up.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's good to see you. My name is Christine Dobbin. I was born and raised right outside of Santa Teresa, and I do find it quite concerning that Sunland Park was wanting to annex more land that's just north of Project Jupiter. There's no justification for placing new neighborhoods and families at risk near this site, especially when current residents in Sunland Park that they're supposed to represent don't have access to safe and clean drinking water in their own homes and haven't for decades. Ask anyone, we can't trust the water there. Why would we when untreated arsenic-contaminated water was delivered to us for at least 18 months without any notice whatsoever? While the epidemic of illegal dumping continues, also for decades with minimal oversight, and Sunland Park finds itself in at least 2 major lawsuits related to impropriety, which is their pattern for decades. Until Sunland Park residents and those nearby have even their basic needs yet met, the city has no business asking for more responsibility. Me and my family and several of my neighbors do live near this area, and we do not wish to be in the prison, really, of what Sunland Park has created for those residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, there's another one, Christina. Dr. Allen?
Daniel Allen again. According to the plan which you presented, you show 305 acres divided into lots of 4,000 feet to 6,000 feet, square feet. Very high intensity. And we've spoken about water in connection with the Jupiter project. Is there water for that? Has that been ascertained before additional burden is placed on the?
Real quick, Chair, I believe that the comments has to be directed to the board.
Okay, and I don't know the answer, so can I ask Christina?
Yes, now you may ask Christina.
I was doing that, you just didn't see
Madam
me do
Chair
it.
and Commissioner Chaparro, this development is a proposal that has been submitted to the City of Sunland Park, and so we have not seen any details regarding the infrastructure or the availability, but they would have to be serviced by CRUA, and they would have to be working with CRUA. And so if they're approved by the water utility for the additional demand, then the development would go forward. If the availability is not there, then they would have to probably propose infrastructure, and that may be why they're pursuing a PID and a TID for the development.
So the truth on this annexation is that we don't have a say. We can give them our opinion. We can tell them what we think, what we see concerns of. We don't get to tell them, yes, they can annex it or no, they can't. And that's why we have to just say, we give the letter saying, these are our concerns. This is what we want to be considered, but we can't stop it if they choose to do the annexation. That's the truth?
Madam Chair, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. So now we're at the point where we've approved the letter.
Not yet.
As amended.
As amended, we're voting on that right now. Okay, so the motion to approve the letter as amended has been made and
Hold on
seconded.
one second.
And if I may, Madam Chair,
Say yes here for a
So-
vote really quick, but
if I understood correctly, the proposal is to annex this land, but we don't know if there's sufficient water, if there's sufficient wastewater, what the infrastructure will be. Am I correct on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yes, that is correct. We were not provided that level of detail in the annexation application.
So we're being asked to just wave our magic wand and say, okay, this is fine, but we don't know the details. That sounds familiar. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Just for Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you want to add anything else?
no, nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's vote on the letter then.
This is the letter as amended.
Amended.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes. Okay, so now?
Now
That's
I
it.
believe you need to just vote on, is there any other action needed on the annexation? Do they need to vote yes or no
I
to
think we
support
were
it?
just going to comment
Or
on
just
the
the
letter.
letter?
Isn't that what our whole thing was, just to,
Yes, Madam Chair, yes, it was just to approve the letter and the sending of the letter on behalf of the BOCC.
so I think that's it. We're done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item. Approve American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 budget revision and related resolution for approved projects, Office of Emergency Management Facility, and Enterprise Resource Planning System. Can I get a motion for this discussion? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll second. Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. This is for the approval of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, also known as our ARPA funds. These were not included when we did our 2027 budget. So that's where these are already previously approved funds that we had allocated for the OEM project. So I'm just asking for the commission to approve these, so therefore we can finish out the OEM project.
Okay, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, do you have any comments or questions?
No, ma'am, no comments or questions.
Okay, I'd like to wait just a second until Commissioner Chaparro gets back. I don't have any questions either. I understand this one, so I think I'm okay with it. Let's see when she comes back. We waited for you to vote on this one. See if you have any questions. It's on number 13, that's right. So number 13, American Rescue Plan, ARPA funds. Okay, no question. So we have a motion and a second, so if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-108.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Did you do the next one too? Okay, so we need a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between Doña County and City of Las Cruces for the emergency vehicle operation course to utilize $2.5 million of approved funds from the approved FY27 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commission, again, thank you for the opportunity this morning. This is the Memorandum of Understanding for the Emergency Vehicle Operation Course. This is the course that we presented to you, I believe it was back in June or July, but we have been working with the City of Las Cruces to get the MOU put into effect. This MOU will allow us to utilize the $2.5 million that have been allocated by the commission in the 2027 budget.
Okay. Commissioner Chaparro, any questions? Nope. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, any questions or comments?
None, Madam Chair.
I don't either, so. All right, Brandy, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes. Thanks, Justin.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-109.
Thank you. Okay, any commission input follow-up? Anybody want to say anything else? Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
None.
Excellent. Brandy, any correspondence?
Yes. We have Roberta Zuniga versus Doña Ana County and Kim Stewart. Gabriel Rodriguez versus Board of County Commissioners of the County of Doña Ana, DBA Doña Ana County Detention Center. Ayana Martin versus Doña Ana County. Anthony Nahad versus Doña Ana County and Doña Ana County Sheriff's Department. Law Offices of Israel Chavez LLC versus Doña Ana County Commission and Doña Ana County Sheriff. And Fernando Aragon versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you. Okay, now the commission will convene in closed session. We will convene in closed session regarding the acquisition or disposal of real property or water rights and attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in Brian Johnston versus Board of County Commissioners of Doña Ana County 226 CV 978 GJFKRS. Thomas Hill versus Board of County Commissioners of Doña Ana County D307 CV 2023 00831. Eric Flores versus Board of County Commissioners for Doña Ana County D307 CV 2024 00043. And Eden Flores versus Board of County Commissioners for Doña Ana County D307 CV 2024 00524. Andrea Ferrales versus Board of County Commissioners for Doña Ana County D307 CV 2024 00054. The appointment of a fiscal agent by DFA in the matter of the City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County versus Apollo Global Management, Life Point Health, and Memorial Medical Center, case number 226 CV 01280 JHR GJF, and City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County versus the Lofts at Alameda LLC, American Linen Supply of New Mexico, Rosslyn Leasing Limited Liability Company, and Chisholm's Village Plaza LLC, also known as the Griggs and Walnut Superfund litigation, case 217 CV 00809 JCH GBW, as authorized by the Open Meeting Act, Section 1015-1 H7 and 8. So we're going to go, I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, you can call the roll, Brandy.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Kimball.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we'll move into closed session now. Thank you.
Can someone call me when they get there?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we're on. Okay, we're returning from closed session. We're back in open session, and I attest that nothing was discussed in closed session that was not mentioned before we went in, and no votes were taken. And now we're ready to adjourn. That's it. Thank you.